はい、それではドラゴンエイジインクイジション8回目やっていきたいと思います。はい、本拠地攻められてるところ防衛戦ですね。
Keep them off the trebuchet.
Dragon.
No, shite damn piss, no!
Everyone to the gates.
あれ調べて取れる。15。ドラゴンか。
Move it! We need everyone back to the Chantry. It's the only building that might hold against that beast. At this point, just make them work for it.
People need to move. Round them up.
なんかいるけど異様だってしてる。あれは何なんだ。あれなんだ。
Good work, Harold. Protect the chantry.
This way! Someone needs help!
I hear a voice.
Lost one. Piss.
一人死んだ。
Someone's yelling. It's going to explode. Help! Harold, what's happening? Thank you. Thank you. Someone's yelling. Come on, monsters! Thank you. These shits almost had me. Let's go.
I hear a voice.
あ、上から行くのか。どこから。あ、死んだ。
Can ya? Move.
ちょ マジか。助けれなかったぞ今。あれちょっとかっこいいな。
Move! Keep going! The chantry is your shelter!
He tried to stop a Templar. The blade went deep. He's going to die.
Charming boy.
Harold, our position is not good. That dragon stole back any time you might have earned us.
I've seen an archdemon. I was in the Fade, but it looked like that.
I don't care what it looks like. It's got a path for that army. They'll kill everyone in Haven.
The Elder One doesn't care about the village. He only wants the Herald.
どうすれば奴を止められる？
I don't care what he wants. How do I stop him?
It won't be easy. He has a dragon.
We know what he... Harold, there are no tactics to make this survivable. The only thing that slowed them was the avalanche. We could turn the remaining trebuchets, cause one last slide.
We're overrun. To hit the enemy, we'd bury Haven.
We're dying, but we can decide how. Many don't get that choice.
Yes, that. Chancellor Roderick can help. He wants to say it before he dies.
There is a path. You wouldn't know it unless you'd made the summer pilgrimage, as I have. The people can escape. She must have shown me. Andraste must have shown me so I could tell you.
If that thing is here for me, I'll make him fight for it.
And when the mountain falls, what about you? Perhaps you will surprise it. Find a way. Inquisition, follow Chancellor Roderick through the Chantry. Move!
Herald, if you are meant for this, if the Inquisition is meant for this, I pray for you.
They'll load the trebuchets. Keep the Elder One's attention until we're above the tree line. If we are to have a chance, if you are to have a chance, let that thing hear you.
You want spectacle? You shall have it!
ダークスポーンと。
There's our glorious end. All it needs is aiming.
Essence of Heart やばい、仲間が狙われる。仲間死んだ。あ、もうバグ。 高いんだ。おい、物資ももらうぞ。
Toby's coming.
いやもう実際やばい、やばい、ごっついの来てる。うわ死んだ。やばい。やばいぞ。しゃそうか、よくないもん。体調
Move. Now!
pretender. You toy with forces beyond your ken, no more.
なぜこんなことをする？
What are you? Why are you doing this?
Mortals beg for truth they cannot have. It is beyond what you are, what I was. Know me. Know what you have pretended to be. Exalt the Elder One. The will that is Corypheus. You will kneel.
従うと思うか？
You're forcing this fight for no reason.
You will resist. You will always resist. It matters not. I am here to anchor. The process of removing it begins now. It is your fault, Herald. You interrupted a ritual years in the planning, and instead of dying, you stole its purpose. I do not know how you survived, but what marks you as touched, what you flail at rifts, I crafted to assault the very heavens. And you used the anchor to undo my work. The gall.
標本はこの試しにならず。標本だこの試しにならず。
Why did the Divine die? For this chaos?
The chaos will empower me and ensure we no longer beg at the feet of the invisible. I once breached the Fade in the name of another to serve the old gods of the Empire in person. I found only chaos and corruption, dead whispers. For 1,000 years I was confused, no more. I have gathered the will to return under no name but my own, to champion withered to Vinter and correct this blighted world. Beg that I succeed, for I have seen the throne of the gods, and it was empty. The anchor is permanent. You have spoilt it with your stumbling. So be it. I will begin again. Find another way to give this world the nation and God it requires. And you, I will not suffer even an unknowing rival. You must die.
You expect us to surrender and kneel. We will not. You'll face us all. When we choose!
進む道を探せ。さっきギリギリだったの。ギリギリっていうか無理やり進めたの。 け目のすりあ X で先目のすりオートレベルアップ。審問か。LT ね。
Embers. Recent.
There! It's him!
Thank the Maker.
ギリギリだ。
What would you have me tell them? This isn't what we asked them to do.
We cannot simply ignore this. We must find a way.
And who put you in charge? We need a consensus or we have nothing.
Please, we must use reason. Without the infrastructure of the Inquisition, we're
I
hobbled.
can't come from nowhere.
She didn't say it could.
Enough! This is getting us nowhere.
Well, we're agreed on that much.
Shh. You need rest.
They've been at it for hours.
They have that luxury thanks to you. The enemy could not follow, and with time to doubt, we turn to blame. Infighting may threaten as much as this Corypheus.
Do we know where Corypheus and his forces are?
We are not sure where we are, which may be why, despite the numbers he still commands, there is no sign of him. That, or you are believed dead. Or without Haven, we are thought helpless. Or he girds for another attack. I cannot claim to know the mind of that creature, only his effect on us.
計画を手伝うべきだ。どうなったって書いてたし、見つかるわけにいかない。計画を手伝うべきだ。手伝うべきだって何？計画を。どうなったって書いてたしな。
The only thing yelling gets us is a headache. Another headache.
They know. But our situation, your situation, is complicated. Our leaders struggle because of what we survivors witnessed. We saw our defender stand and fall. And now we have seen him return. The more the enemy is beyond us, the more miraculous your actions appear, and the more our trials seem ordained. That is hard to accept, no? What we have been called to endure, what we perhaps must come to believe.
調べる。狂信は非難されるべきなものだ。信仰以上のものが必要だ。こんなの時間の無駄だ。信じるがそれだけで十分か。まだ信じられない。これ全部難しいな。調べる。死んで戻ってきた
I
わけだ。
escaped the avalanche. Barely, perhaps, but I didn't die.
Of course, and the dead cannot return from across the veil. But the people know what they saw. Or perhaps what they needed to see. The Maker works both in the moment and in how it is remembered. Can we truly know the heavens are not with us?
You saw Corypheus? What do you think of his claims of assaulting the heavens?
Scripture says magisters, Tevinter servants of false-old gods, entered the Fade to reach the Golden City, seat of the Maker. For their crime, they were cast out as Darkspawn. Their hubris is why we suffer blight, and why the Maker turned from us. If such is the claim of this Corypheus, he is a monster beyond imagining. All mankind continues to suffer for that sin. If even a shred of it is true, all the more reason Andraste would choose someone to rise against him.
彼は天空が空っぽだったと言った。
Corypheus said he found only corruption and emptiness. Nothing golden.
If he entered that place, it has changed him without and within. The living are not meant to make that journey. Perhaps these are lies he must tell himself, rather than accept that he earned the scorn of the Maker. I know I could not bear such.
信仰以上のものが必要。
Mother Giselle, I just don't see how what I believe matters. Lies or not, Corypheus is a real physical threat. We can't match that with hope alone.
Shadows fall and hope has fled. Still your heart, the dawn will come. The night is long and the path is dark. Look to the sky, for one day soon the dawn will come.
The shepherd's lost, and his home is far. Keep to the stars, the dawn will come. The night is long,
And the path is dark. Look to the sky. One day soon, the dawn will come. Bear your blade and raise it high. Stand your ground, the dawn will come. The night is long and the path is dark. Look to the sky for one day
An army needs more than an enemy. It needs a cause.
A word. A wise woman, worth heeding. Her kind understand the moments that unify a cause. Or fracture it. The orb Corypheus carried, the power he used against you, it is elven. Corypheus used the orb to open the breach. Unlocking it must have caused the explosion that destroyed the Conclave. I do not yet know how Corypheus survived, nor am I certain how people will react when they learn of the orb's origin.
心配するのも当然だ。
This whole mess is confusing. I can see how elves might be an easy target.
History would agree, but there are steps we can take to prevent such a distraction. By attacking the Inquisition, Corypheus has changed it. Changed you. Scout to the north. Be their guide. There is a place that waits for a force to hold it. There is a place where the Inquisition can build, grow.
They arrive daily from every settlement in the region. Skyhold is becoming a pilgrimage. If word has reached these people, it will have reached the Elder One. We have the walls and numbers to put up a fight here, but this threat is far beyond the war we anticipated. But we now know what allowed you to stand against Corypheus, what drew him to you.
選ばれし者の話はもういい。ああ、奴は承知ではない。そうだろう。掟を欲している。選ばれし者の話はもういい。
This isn't more about me being divinely touched, is it?
I won't ask you to believe. Whether it's true or not, that's not why you're here now. Your decisions let us heal the sky. Your determination brought us out of Haven. You are the creature's rival because of what you did. And we know it. All of us. The Inquisition requires a leader. The one who has already been leading it. You.
まあここはな。
I don't know what to say.
Say that you will not make me regret this.
If you're not sure, why do it?
Because I believe this is what was meant to be. That without you, there would be no Inquisition. What it means for the future, how you lead us, that is entirely up to you.
幸福のために彼らを導くつもりだ。正しいからこそ行う。信仰ではなく秩序のためだ。ああ。ホリーフェイスは止めなければ。信仰ではなく秩序のためだと。まあ、どれもちょっとね。まあ、ホリーフェイスを止めなければ。
Our concern must be the order and safety of this world, not the next. I'm not chosen. I have chosen, and I will lead us to victory.
Wherever you lead us. Have our people been told?
They have. And soon, the world.
Commander, will they follow?
Inquisition, will you follow? Will you fight? Will we triumph? Your leader, your herald, your Inquisitor! So this is where it begins.
It began in the courtyard. This is where we turned that promise into action. But what do? We know nothing about this Corypheus except that he wanted your mark.
Someone out there must know something about Corypheus.
Unless they saw him on the field, most will not believe he even exists.
We do have one advantage. We know what Corypheus intends to do next. In that strange future you experienced, Empress Celine had been assassinated. Imagine the chaos her death would cause. With his army.
An army he'll bolster with a massive force of demons, or so the future tells us.
Corypheus could conquer the entire south of Thedas, god or no god.
I'd feel better if we knew more about what we were dealing with.
I know someone who can help with that. Everyone acting all inspirational jogged my memory, so I sent a message to an old friend. He's crossed paths with Corypheus before and may know more about what he's doing. He can help.
我々に紹介してくれ。
I'm always looking for new allies. Introduce me.
Parading around might cause a fuss. It's better for you to meet privately, on the battlements. Trust me, it's complicated.
Well, then, we stand ready to move on both of these concerns.
On your order, Inquisitor.
I know one thing. If Varric has brought who I think he has, Cassandra is going to kill him.
This is the Inquisition. A dusty old ruin filled with battered soldiers.
If you shut your mouth and open your eyes, you'd see that the Inquisition is our one hope.
Now, what did they make down here? And what can I make?
倉庫の今度。え？道具の色を変える。へえ。色を変える。え、色？やべ、勝手なこと。一つも変わんない。変わってるのこれ。どこ変わってるのかわかんない。
Well, I've walked away from too many burning buildings for one life. This place, though, it'll be all right. It's Inquisitor now, isn't it? That'll take some getting used to.
Everyone needs time for this tramp.
Time won't help. Everyone just got a big, hard reason to hate Corypheus. You're the surprise, not him.
Have you any thoughts about the people?
Flissa. Didn't like Segret. The rest of us go on. You gave us the chance. Thanks for that.
I'll be back later.
I'll be here.
売買もできんの？あ、これ。ポーション装備。アップグレードとかあんまりやってなかった。 potential litigation. Skyfall. Bed. Curtain. Monsu. Flamberus.倉庫か、入れとくか。
I've made some inquiries into the Imperial Court. The sooner we deal with the threats to the Empress, the better. The political situation in the Empire is dangerously unstable. It will complicate matters.
Everything in the Empire complicates matters. It's the Orlesian national pastime.
Turn your nose up at the grand game if you like, Commander, but we play for the highest stakes, and to the death.
The court's disapproval can be as great a threat as the Venatori. We must be vigilant to avert disaster.
女帝を救おう。宮廷に連れて行ってくれ。
I don't care about Orlesian politics. Just get me to the Empress.
Of course, Inquisitor. Celine is holding peace talks under the auspices of a grand masquerade. Every power in Orlais will be there. It's the perfect place for an assassin to hide.
女帝に警告しよう。
Does Celine know about the threats against her? Can we send word?
I've sent messages to the Empress, but it's impossible to know if she's received them. I'll arrange for an invitation at your discretion, Inquisitor.
Oh, これ作戦会議しようするの。
What was this place? So much room for whatever was here.
Greetings.
We'll talk later.
Goodbye.
Brilliant, isn't it? One moment you're trying to restore order in a world gone mad. That should be enough for anyone to handle, yes? Then, out of nowhere, an archdemon appears and kicks you in the head. What? You thought this would be easy? No, I was just hoping you wouldn't crush our village like an anthill. Sorry about that. Archdemons like to crush, you know. Can't be helped. Am I speaking too quickly for you?
そんなことはない。
You don't need to worry about me. I can keep up.
Yes, I noticed that.
Did you now?
Certainly. If you were a slack-jawed yokel, you'd already be dead. I always assumed the Elder One behind the Venatori was a Magister. But this is something else completely. In Tevinter, they say the Chantry's tales of Magisters starting the Blight are just that. Tales. But here we are. One of those very Magisters, a dark spawn.
Why does that make you angry?
Because the Imperium is my home. I knew what I was taught couldn't be the whole truth, but I assumed there had to be a kernel of it, somewhere. But no, it was us all along. We destroyed the world.
You didn't do anything. Those men did. 1,000 years ago.
True, except that one of them is up and walking around right now. Not to mention I have idiot countrymen who would happily follow him down that path again. No one will thank me, whatever happens. No one will thank you either. You know that, yes?
それは誰にもわからない。
We don't know what will happen. Nobody does.
An optimist! Such a rare breed. I've stumbled upon a unicorn. All I know is this. Corypheus needs to be stopped. Men like him ruined my homeland. I won't stand by and let him ruin the world. Oh, and congratulations on that whole leading the Inquisition thing, by the way.
Greetings, Inquisitor. That is your title now, yes? I should thank you. The way things ended in Redcliffe, you could have demanded anything you wished. Yet you chose to make us equal partners. I was not expecting that.
You rebelled for good reason.
I'm pleased to hear you say that, Inquisitor. Huh. I've been a Grey Warden, Grand Enchanter, leader of a rebellion, and now I am none of those things. Odd where fate takes you, as you're no doubt well aware.
I trust everything is well with the mages.
Most are pleased with the Alliance, even if we wonder what will happen next.
I'll leave you to it.
Greetings to you, Inquisitor. I am to serve as assistant to any research concerns. You'll find my skills are exceptional. I hope they prove useful.
You're taking over the duties of Minave.
Yes. She said she was needed elsewhere and that I should serve the Inquisition to the best of my ability.
What is she doing?
I wasn't told.
How can you serve the Inquisition?
I am to aid in the research of all creatures encountered in your efforts as leader of the Inquisition.
What makes you particularly qualified?
I remember being fond of animals. I don't remember why.
You were made tranquil?
Yes, I am tranquil. It was necessary due to a willful nature that made wielding magic a dangerous endeavor. I remember that being a difficult time, but I cannot remember why. My skills are well used in my current position.
What is your evaluation of how we're doing?
Not optimal, given the facilities. Skyhold should be improved, or our efforts will continue to suffer.
As you were.
Yes, Inquisitor.
Sister Leliana will want access to the birds. Get the cages up here, quickly.
I'm sorry.
So am I.
Inquisitor, I was not expecting a visit. You had little interest in speaking to me privately before. But as dear Josephine says, it's never too late to make a friend.
I hope I'm not disrupting anything.
The commander was just delivering the names of those we lost at Haven. You must blame me for this.
全てあなたの責任だ。
We all saw who attacked us. We know exactly who to blame.
I keep wondering if I could have done something different. When the first of my lookouts went missing, I pulled the rest back, awaiting more information. If they'd stayed in the field, they could have bought us more time. I was afraid to lose my agents. And instead we lost Haven.
でなければ両方失ってた。
More likely they would have stayed out there, died, and we would have lost Haven anyway.
You don't know that. Their lives could have bought Haven a small chance. My people know their duty. They know the risks. They understand that the Inquisition may call upon them to give their lives.
Our people aren't tools to be used and discarded. Your instincts were right. Their lives matter.
Can we afford such sentimentality? What if Corypheus...
We are better than Corypheus.
Reports of fade rifts and demons keep coming. The only thing that will calm their fears now, you have to be that someone. Seal them. Your legend will spread, and Thedas will learn to trust the Inquisition.
In Redcliffe, you sacrificed yourself so that I could return here.
Of course I did. One small life in exchange for a second chance at history. I always loved a bargain.
It was still a sacrifice, and still noble.
And I would do it again.
They called you the left hand of the Divine.
That they did? What of it?
What is the point of an Inquisition?
Justinia would have started the Inquisition if the Divine Conclave failed to restore peace. She hoped that with enough support, we could challenge the very tenets of the Chantry. She wanted the Chantry to treat the mages fairly. But sometimes I wonder, why stop at mages? The Chantry has committed many injustices. If we're going to change it, why not change the whole thing? It's just a thought. None of this will be possible if we fail.
I'm sorry she didn't live to see the Inquisition.
So am I.
I could use the left hand of the Divine at my side out there.
Every agent out in the world is my eyes, my ears, my blade. Wherever my people are, I am also. Coming with you, leaving my post, would blind and bound me. Do you see?
What exactly does the left hand of the Divine do?
A divine always has enemies, and Justinia had more than most. I protected her. I watched, had an ear to every door. I identified threats, and I dealt with them.
It sounds like you did some unscrupulous things as the left hand.
Perhaps, but wouldn't you do anything to protect what you love?
I'd like to hear about Justinia. What was she like?
A friend. A mentor. Like me, she had secrets, made mistakes. It made her human. I think her followers responded to that.
Was there something more than friendship between you?
You're asking if we were lovers? Typical. I was devoted to her, therefore it must be romantic. Love is common. Love is simple. My bond with Justinia was something greater. She was a sister, a mother, a teacher. So to answer your question, yes, it was more than friendship.
How did you and Justinia meet?
I met her a long time ago, before she became divine. Before she was Justinia. When I met her, she was Mother Dorothea. I was at my lowest. Broken, lost. And she saved me. No, wait. She hates it when I say that. I saved myself. She just showed me it was possible.
We'll talk more later.
The Inquisition supports free mages. What's next? Elves running Halamsharal? Cows milking farmers?
I take it you don't agree?
On the contrary, I approve. Heartily. I do wonder if you've considered what this support of yours will do. For mages in general, I mean. The Inquisition is seen as an authority. You've given southern mages license to, well, be like mages back home.
If that means they're anything like you, I approve.
Ha! There aren't many mages back home like me.
I'd believe that.
I never fit in. Bloodstains are so difficult to clean, you see.
So we're doomed to a future of blood magic, then?
Not at first. But you'd be a fool not to see where this could lead. Thing is, the Imperium was once just like the South. Templars, proper circles, all that rot. Then it changed. By inches. Not that this is reason to oppress us. Still, my homeland should be a cautionary tale, not a source of inspiration.
Have you gone to see Alexius yet? He's in the cells.
Not yet, no. I saw him before they locked him up. He looked despondent, broken. Not the man I remember, nor the one I want to. I realize it's now your job to judge him. All I ask is, if you do, show him mercy. He hardly deserves it, but for Felix's sake. I can't help hoping there's something left of the man I once knew.
Greetings.
I need to know more about Corypheus.
We spoke of this on our travels to Skyhawk. What more can I tell you? Cassandra and Varric seem more familiar with their adversary.
尊敬している
You've given me good counsel before. I could use some now.
My apologies, Inquisitor. My poor manners shame me. I claim no secret wisdom, but I will guess as best I can.
We'll talk later.
Goodbye.
Palace it is. Fit for a king, eh?
Well, about time you came around to talk, innit? Sign me up, then not so much as a welcome. Little busy, I hope. making sure this new place can keep out a pissing archdemon. And the thing controlling it, that we're hunting. Draste, what did I step in?
Maybe nobody saw this coming, but you knew how I got the job.
I know what people said, but people believe all sorts of shite when they're scared. Swear at a farmer and you've cursed his crops. Spill the salt and you're dead by dawn. Dance through town in a goat's head and children, people never had, go missing.
I can't help if you don't explain what's wrong exactly.
It's got to be nonsense, doesn't it? We're kind of screwed if it isn't. I mean, that Carifi thing. A magister, right? Story is, he cracked the Golden City. But that's a hazy dream. If not, seat of the Maker, real thing. A seat needs a book, so the Maker, real thing. Fairy stories about the start and end of the world, real things. It's too far, innit? I just want to plug the Skyhole rubbish so I can go play.
Keep calling it nonsense. That perspective will keep the Inquisition grounded.
Oh, I can do that. Sure could use a few more people shouting no. We fight, the bad things go away, everyone calms down, and everything goes back to normal. A nice, well-paid normal.
メリットがやっぱいいんだ、変人め。ひでえな。望む以上のものがあると願う。
I'm hoping you'll stick around. Never know what might interest you.
Or how little, Lord Inquisitor. But don't worry, I'll stay for the food. Sitting and waiting. Great, yeah?
審問会には馴染まない。参加した本当の理由は
So you like to have fun. The Inquisition seems an odd fit. Why are you really here?
What do you mean? To help people.
それだけでなさそうに見える。
Starting to sound like you're looking for something more.
It is. Mostly. Okay, fine. There's talk and I want to see.
See what?
I don't know. I've got all this chantry stuff in my head and it makes sense, right? But it's fuzzy. I want to see if it's all really real. I just don't know if I want to really know. So I'm selfish. It's all for me. Count yourself lucky, I guess.
身の上話を聞かせてほしい。
Tell me about yourself.
What about me?
他のエルフとは似ていない。生まれは誰が鍛えたんだ
You're skilled. Who taught you how to use a bow?
No one.
That seems unlikely.
What? I picked it up here and there. Mostly it just makes sense. It's not like that for you.
目を張りたい先々でそういう。
Oh, certainly. Not a day's effort for the naturally gifted like us.
Well, it's not like that. It takes work. A bit. Not like Cullen and his pets. I mean, you miss, then you don't. Is it that hard to see when it's wrong?
Is it an elf thing?
Most I know couldn't find an arrow sitting on it. Right. Maybe I just make it look easy in shite company. Fact still is, no teacher. Where would I find one in alleyways anyway?
How about the basics? Where are you from?
Ferelden?
I got that from the accent. Where in Ferelden?
All over? Okay, fine. Denerim for a bit. South, north, wherever I want.
話すようなことはないのかはぐらかすな。
I expect more direct answers than that.
Which of this lot gave you straight
take us
answers?
up.
Not as many as you bloody well think, I guarantee. Look, I'm not from anywhere. No home, no castle, a few friends. It's complicated. I don't like complicated. Let's leave it at that. Maybe.
他のエル
You're
フとは
not
似てい
like
ない。
most of the elves I've met.
Thanks, right? Or was that an insult? Suppose I could go barefoot and whine more. Like that's soulless, right? Never be as good as we were. Well, who's we? I'm just fine.
乗り捨ててしまえというのか。伝統に価値を認めないのか。 乗り越えろと言いたい。
I think there's more to it than that. A few thousand years more.
Hey, someone wants to be angry about old debts, be angry. Be a terror that never lets an enemy forget. But if you're digging it up so you can wear it, that's just weird. I mean, the Dalish don't really know. They have stories, but that's all they are. It's all fancy dress, not history.
We'll talk later.
If you say so.
セラのコーデックス追加された。
What a fascinating life you lead, my dear. First you fall out of the Fade, then you're attacked by an archdemon. Held a ball.
I didn't do anything. Corypheus is the one who attacked us.
Doing nothing is exactly your mistake, my dear. You left yourself vulnerable to attack. It was a miscalculation, one that I'm sure you won't repeat. But the enemy struck a serious blow against you and the Inquisition. We must recognize that. You must.
I'm not going to forgive what happened at Haven. Corypheus will answer for what he's done.
You're angry. Good. Anger can save you when everything else is gone. Just make sure you put it to good use. Our enemy advances, Inquisitor. We must not sit idly by. Act first and teach them to fear us. You can become the leader the faithful require, but you must do it soon. Yes?
Is there anything I can do to help your efforts at restoring the Circle?
After the Circles fell, their libraries were plundered by scavengers. 1,000 years of recorded knowledge in the hands of bandits. It makes me sick to think of it. I've received news that some tomes have been located, if you are interested in righting this wrong.
I'll look into it for you.
If you can take care of this matter, the Circle would be in your debt. Yes?
I wanted to ask you about the Circle of Magi.
Of course. What do you wish to know?
If the Circle disbanded, how can you still belong to it?
The Circle is an idea, my dear. And an idea cannot be dissolved. Many of the first enchanters voted for rebellion, caring little that anything short of a unanimous decision would pit mage against mage. Rather than dissolving it, Grand Enchanter Fiona's vote split the Circle in two. The rebels follow her, the loyalists follow me.
If you lead all the Loyalists, why are you only First Enchanter and not Grand Enchanter?
Grand Enchanters are elected, and since there are no First Enchanters besides myself, no vote can be held. I could name myself Grand Enchanter, but the title holds no meaning now. When the Circles are restored, that will change.
What was it like to live in a Circle?
My dear, your question is the root of all problems with mages. I cannot tell you. Every Circle was different. Their Templars were different, their politics unique. And every person within each tower had an experience of Circle life unique to themselves. Some people suffered and some were content. Some were cruel, some compassionate, and some indifferent. The same is true of people everywhere, in all circumstances, whether they are mages or not.
So tell me about your personal experience with the Circle.
I enjoyed life in the Montsimard Circle, my dear. It was an edifice devoted to knowledge and refinement. And mages need the company of other mages. No one else can truly understand the challenges we face, nor see the world as we do.
You must have been under constant supervision, being forced by Templars to live in the tower. Was that hard to endure?
My dear, I have a suite in the palace and a wing at my dear Duke Bastien's estate. I've never been forced to live anywhere. Most circles allowed mages to live away from the tower, either on their own or in service to the nobility. All that was required was permission from the first enchanter. Some circles were harsher in their restrictions. Kirkwall was the worst, but it was the exception. Most were quite permissive. Perhaps too permissive, in retrospect.
How did we come to this state with the circles in revolt?
A failure of perspective that infected circle leadership. Mages lived solely in a world of Templars and mages. They could not even imagine what was beyond the tower walls. Kirkwall gave the world a reason to remember its fear of magic. A mage killed hundreds with a snap of their fingers. Across Thedas, a new tangible fear of magic grew. Commoners and nobles alike called out to the Chantry for protection. But the malcontents in the towers thought nothing of this. They cared only for themselves and for their anger at the new Templar restrictions. When a mage attempted to assassinate Divine Justinia, again, the mages protested the investigation. The leadership chose to vote on independence based on the intolerable conditions imposed by the Templars, sparing no thought to the fact that magic was more feared in the aftermath of these attacks than it had been since Tevinter's day. So long as they had their freedom, they could care little for riots, angry mobs, or about pitting mages against each other.
Are you familiar with Grand Enchanter Fiona?
We've met. Before her horrendously ill-timed and selfish vote for independence, I thought her adequate at her job. In her dotage, she could not handle looking after the well-being of so many people. We would have done better to replace her years ago, to let her spend time gardening.
Did they have cause to rebel?
In the aftermath of their terrorist attacks? Was that really the most opportune time to break away? By all means, protest abuses by the Templars. Just don't do it in a way that says mages support wholesale murder. By voting when they did, my colleagues all but declared war upon the ordinary people of Thedas. A war in which we are outnumbered 100 to 1.
I thought the fighting was only between mages and Templars. Why are mages fighting mages?
The vote for independence was carried by only a small margin, but Fiona chose to let the motion stand. Those who opposed a rash declaration of war against the entire free world had little choice. By breaking from the Chantry when they did, the rebels declared themselves in support of mass murder. Anyone who did not wish to support terrorism and the slaughter of innocents was forced to take arms against the rebels.
So, this is Skyhold. Come, let's walk the ramparts. I want to examine our fortifications. We'll be able to see Corypheus coming from miles away.
He's not gonna get the better of us again.
We lost good soldiers that day, loyal men and women. Let him come. I swear I'll take the Twister bastard down, even if I have to die to do it.
I'm grateful for your support.
It's my job, isn't it? Killing Darkspawn. Look, in spite of it all, there is hope. The people flock to your banner. They believe in you. Tell me honestly, are you what they say you are? Andraste's chosen?
There's so little I remember. What if they're right?
Does it even matter? Don't you see what you are to them? Without you, they'd be consumed by despair. We all would. They need you to be Andraste's messenger. It gives them hope. The truth doesn't matter. Listen to me talk. Your time is valuable and I've wasted enough of it.
Majestic. How was a place like this ever lost?
Inquisitor, meet Hawk, the champion of Kirkwall.
Though I don't use that title much anymore.
Hawk, the Inquisitor. I figured you might have some friendly advice. You and I did fight him, after all.
This view reminds me of my home in Kirkwall. I had a balcony that overlooked the whole city. I loved it at first. But after a while, all I could see were the people out there depending on me.
気持ちはわかる。
You're lucky it was just a single city. I've got half of Thedas.
You're doing everything you can to protect them.
Does it ever get any easier?
I'll let you know. I don't envy you, Inquisitor. But I may be able to help you.
Varric said that you fought Corypheus before.
Fought and killed. The Grey Wardens were holding him, and he somehow used his connection to the Darkspawn to influence them.
Corypheus got into their heads, messed with their minds, turned them against each other.
If the Wardens have disappeared, they could have fallen under his control again.
元に戻せるだろうか。
If that's what happened to the Wardens, do you think we can free them?
It's possible. But we need to know more first. I've got a friend in the Wardens. He was investigating something unrelated for me. His name is Stroud. The last time we spoke, he was worried about corruption in the Warden ranks. Since then, nothing.
Corypheus would certainly qualify as corruption in the ranks. Did your friend disappear with them?
No. He told me he'd be hiding in an old smuggler's cave near Crestwood.
Arigato.
I appreciate the help.
I'm doing this as much for myself as for you. Corypheus is my responsibility. I thought I'd killed him before. This time, I'll make sure of it. Inquisitor.
You said you thought you killed Corypheus.
The Grey Wardens had him imprisoned. They used my father's blood in a... But he could still reach out and influence. And I didn't just think I killed him. Maybe his tie to the Blight somehow brought him back. Or maybe it's old Tevinter magic. But he was dead.
Where did you go after the mages rebelled?
I heard the Chantry might be sending an exalted mark. I hoped that leaving would save lives. As it turned out, I needn't have bothered. All the circles started rising up. And the exalted...
Varric said you were the champion of Kirkwall.
What happened at Kirkwall? Fearful of blood magic and abomination, and in their desperation to survive, finally, a rebel mage named Anders destroyed Kirkwall's Chantry, and everything came tumbling down.
I heard that Anders was your...
I don't know if there ever... He was crazy. By the end, there was nothing left in him except this insane...
I heard you had family and friends in...
When the Wardens began acting strangely, I had my friend Avalon, my uncle Gamlen's still in Kirkwall. And everyone else I used to...
Assume Varric's been feeding you...
Only good things. I was a little surprised, actually. Varric isn't one for religion in general, but he thinks...
We'll talk later.
I'll meet you at Crestwood.
Here. Tell the commander that this is the perfect spot for the armory.
Yes, ma'am. Right away.
Yes?
Varric's friend Hawk said there were suspicions of corruption in Grey Warden ranks. Do you know anything?
Corruption? What?
Corypheus. He's been...
That could very well explain why so many have disappeared.
If this is true, then all Wardens are in danger. Even you.
I agree. If Hawk's given you an idea where to start, we should get moving immediately. Ah, the Wardens. I'm afraid we're less exciting than we seem.
How do the Wardens deal with archdemons?
Short answer. Stick it with swords until it stops moving.
Wardens are in all the stories.
No, it really is that simple. It just... Look, it's not the killing, it's getting the dragon to the point where... There's no short answer for that, I'm afraid.
The Blight's been over for 10 years.
There is still Darkspawn. Just because... And the world is not so... Sometimes you have to figure out... It's not always about just archdemons and blights. I was in Ferelden. Quietly killed my fair share of Darkspawn too. It's what I've always done. Besides, I've always been a loner. Works best for everyone, that.
Let's continue this at...
As you wish.
So, that Tevinter guy sent you into the future?
Mamoru.
If you're worried about magic, I can protect you.
My blade pretty much protects me.
Perhaps I can do things your blade can't.
I don't know. It has blood grooves. Well, technically, it's the Fuller, but blood grooves sound so much more violent. Inquisitor, huh? Well, speaking of which, when you've got a second, there's something I want to show you. Here, come.
Why am I dressed like this?
You'll see. Come on, it'll be worth your time, I promise. Evening. Iron Bull. My merc band just joined up.
Tanner. I'm from Jader. Well, near Jader.
Mira. I was guard captain for Lady Pendel. Signed on after shit blew up at the Conclave. Share a drink? Who's your friend?
This is Grim. He doesn't talk much.
ほとんど話さない。
Hey. So, you ready to kill some demons? Or Venatori? Or whatever that Corypheus asshole is?
This isn't just about killing. We're helping the Inquisitor save the world and build the next empire.
Well, long as I get paid, I'm happy. That's why I signed up.
I just couldn't spend my whole life on a farm. Needed to live a little, you know.
What about you, Mira? Why'd you join up? I thought you were serving some noble.
I saw what happened at Haven. The Inquisitor staring down that monster and his archdemon. I don't sing the chant of light as much as I should. But you can't see something like that and not believe.
Well, Grim and I should find our tents. Thanks for the drink. I know every soldier under my command. You don't have that option, but a few faces might help.
It was good to get their perspective.
Yeah. Sounds like we could use an easy win for boys like Tanner. And vets like Mira have seen enough to be wary. You've got a good army coming along. Remember that, no matter what comes next.
Scout Harding,
Your worship.
what's been going on?
Seeker Cassandra came through here, looking like a storm cloud. That's just her face, though, isn't it?
Shouldn't you be out there scout?
In a bit. We're in Skyhold. Not me, though. indispensable.
So,
Me? Oh. When the Inquisition came through my village, then I signed on. Wanted to see the world before it was swallowed up by that thing out there. Ambassador Montelier sent me a basket of flowers. She's so lovely. Varric came by to talk. He told me a story about Copper Marigold.
what's been going?
Madame de Fer said hello to me. Yeah, that's probably what happened.
What's been going?
Dorian's awfully pretty, isn't he? Just waiting to get back out there. Not much, the usual. Nice of you to ask.
I should go.
Can I help you?
I'd like to know more about your work with the Ben.
Ben Hasrath is actually a general term. You've got the re-educators who take people with, and then you've got the spies.
And you're a spy?
Close. I am now. They sent me to Saharan because they needed someone. That whole island was a sack of cats. And in the middle, me. Trying to wrangle the rebels and restore order.
I can't imagine.
Nope. I hunted down a lot of rebels. Lost a lot of friends to the Vin. One day I woke up and couldn't think of a damned reason to keep doing my job. Turned myself into the re-educators.
Not many people would have the courage.
I thought about letting some rebel kill. The Ben Hasrath ordered me to go to Orlais. That's how I ended up here.
I'm glad you're here, Bull.
Me too.
If you ever need to talk more about all...
Nah. Thanks, though. Can I help you?
I'd like to know more about the Kunari.
You writing a book?
It's your culture, and I'd like to know you.
You could just ask.
I am.
All right. What do you want to know?
The word Kunari. Is that the
Both. The humans and elves who follow the Qun. The Kunari who break away from the Qun are Talvasha. Deserters. The people we came from. They're called the Kossith. We came south to Thedas because the Kossith were... But I don't expect they look much like us. Whatever they are.
How do the Kunari rule them?
It's pretty simple. We've got the matriarch. The priesthood figures out how Kunari should live in theory. And the military keeps the Kunari safe from outside threats.
Does it actually work like...
Not like you're thinking of. Here in Orlais, politicking... If you do that among the Kunari, the Ben Hasrath sets you straight. Or kill you.
I heard there's no marriage.
Yeah, that's true. Kunari love our friends.
Kunari don't have sex.
Oh, we definitely have sex. They're Tamasrans who pop your corpse.
Seriously?
Yes. It's not a big deal like it is here. Sometimes it's this long and involved. Other times you're in and out in 5 minutes. Thank you. See you next week.
So you've never really made love?
I don't know. One time they used this thing called the sot. That wasn't really my... Also, there were more than 2 people.
How is everyday life?
Depends on your... A baker in Val Royeaux gets up, gets dressed. They don't care about the Empire or the Qun. Mostly they worry about breaking eggs and hope the dough...
It can't be exactly the same.
How many personal freedoms do you figure? The baker in Parvolin wonders if she'll be given... Will the kitchen workers get her bread while it's fresh? Same crap in Val Royeaux. People are just people.
What's it like growing up?
The Tamasrans raise us in these units of kids. They also help figure out what jobs we should do. When they learned I could hit stuff and lie, they started training me for the Ben Hasrath.
So the Qun decided...
I could have acted like I didn't like... I was good at my work. I liked doing it. Far as I can tell.
Do you ever think about what would happen?
Some folks, like Cassandra or Cullen, would do fine if they didn't die fighting. Vivienne's too political. Dorian's too arrogant, and Solus is just... Both Sarah and Varric would mouth off until they ended up re-educated. So, to answer your question, no, I don't think about it.
See you later, Bull.
Nice talking with
You knew where Hawk was all along!
You're damned right I did.
You conniving little shit!
You kidnapped me! You interrogated me! What did you expect?
Hey, enough!
You're taking his side?
I said enough!
We needed someone to lead this Inquisition. Hawke was our only hope. He was the champion of Kirkwall. The mages respected him. And you kept him from us.
The Inquisition has a leader.
Hawke would have been at the Conclave if anyone could have saved Most Holy.
バリック最低だな。バリック最低だなって。
Varric's not responsible for what happened at the Conclave.
I was protecting my friend.
Varric is a liar, Inquisitor. A snake. Even after the Conclave, when we needed Hawke most, Varric kept him secret.
He's with us now. We're on the same side.
We all know whose side you're on, Varric. It will never be the Inquisition's.
Attacking him now won't help us, Cassandra.
Ha! Exactly.
And you better not be keeping anything else from us.
I understand.
I must not think of what could have been. We have so much at stake. Go, Varric. Just go.
You know what I think? If Hawke had been at the temple, he'd be dead too. You people have done enough to him.
I believed him. He spun his story for me, and I swallowed it. If I just explained what was at stake, if I just made him understand... But I didn't, did I? I didn't explain why we needed Hawke. I'm such a fool.
それでも好きだ。自分を責めるな。それでも好きだって変じゃない。
Good thing I still like you.
I'm serious.
You think I'm not?
I want you to know, I have no regrets. Maybe if we'd found Hawke, the Maker wouldn't have needed to send you. But he did. You're not what I'd pictured. But if I've learned anything, it's that I know less than nothing. It occurs to me I don't actually know much.
What do you want to know?
I'm not sure. Where are you from?
I was born in Ostwick, and that's where most of my family is.
The Trevelyan's, is it not? A large... Tell me, do you consider the Free Marches your home? Are you eager to go back?
Wherever I am is home enough for me.
That's how I feel now, after years of tending to business for the Divine.
Do you have any advice?
Treat Dorian with caution. It's possible he could be what he seems. A Tevin... What if he is not? At best, his presence makes the Inquisition...
Do you have any...
Watch the Treasury carefully. With...
You think she's here to rob?
Possibly not. But I would hardly put it past her. It's good that you recruited in... She is ambitious. My advice would be to watch her, but heed her when she speaks.
Do you have any...
We must root out the Red Templars. They form the bulk of...
Do you have any advice?
We must keep an eye on the College of Clerics. The moment they elect a Divine, things could change.
I'd like to get to know...
You would?
Is that a problem?
Not entirely. I'm just curious as to your motivation.
Is there any harm in us becoming a little closer?
Plenty.
Is that right?
As you wish. My name is Cassandra Pentecost, daughter of the Royal... I joined the Seekers of Truth. I remained as the Divine. That's all there is to know, my lord.
You're a member of Navarra's royal family.
The Pentaghasts are a very large...
Really?
And they have them. Oh yes. The Pentaghasts value their precious blood like it runs with gold. It was a lie. The Pentaghasts are famed for dragon... Most are fat and lazy. They pay lip service to... My brother was all that kept me in Navarra. Once he was gone, so was I.
Tell me about your...
I'd rather not.
You don't seem...
My family... What little I saw of my uncle treated me like a porcelain doll. Thus I did not see Navarra. The real Navarra until much later. By then...
Your uncle?
They had the misfortune of taking... The king executed them, but spared my brother and... Thus we were raised by my uncle, a Mortalitasi who preferred the company of his corpses to the living.
Your uncle was
a death mage. He still is. The Mortalitasi supervised the... Nevarans spend more time honoring... It is odd to be so fascinated with death and its trap.
So you were the right hand?
To Divine Justinia, yes. The position is normally reserved for Templars of the...
Unusual...
You don't know the story. I will tell you if you wish. The short version is that I once saved the previous Divine's life. My reward was becoming...
But what does a right hand do?
What is your hand capable of? Liliana and I extended the Divine... After Beatrix, I was tired of... But Justinia convinced me to stay. Her vision for the future gave me hope.
You thought she could really...
Justinia knew the war. She tried to avert it. Sometimes you have to break a bone so it... It was to be the answer. I only wish she had lived to see it.
So what's the story?
Sweet Andraste, do you It was... What, 18... The tale gets bigger each time it's told. I barely recognize myself within it now.
That's what happens with stories.
I am not a legend, nor was I then. To hear others tell it, I alone saved it. Rather impressive for such a young...
And the truth is?
I stumbled upon a conspiracy to kill... And there was a dragon battle at the Grand Cathedral. They freed the dragons from magical control. Yet I became the right hand, and they are forgotten.
I think you're a hero, no matter how you downplay it.
Fine. But it was 20 years ago.
I'll let you get back...
The order was sent?
Yes, Command.
Send men to scout the area. We need to know what's out there.
Yes, sir.
Commander, soldiers have been assigned temporary quarters.
Very good. I'll need an update on the armory as well. Now! We set up as best we could at Haven, but could never prepare for an archdemon, or whatever it was. With some warning, we might have...
We were all shaken by what happened.
If Corypheus strikes again, we may not be able to withdraw. And I wouldn't want to. We must be ready. Work on Skyhold is underway. Guard rotations established. We should have everything on course within the week. We will not run from here, Inquisitor.
Everyone has so much faith in my leadership. I hope I'm ready.
You won't have to carry the Inquisition alone, although it must feel like it. We needed a leader, and you have proven yourself.
You responded quickly to the attack on Haven. Without that, so many more would have died. I'm grateful for any help you can give.
Thank you, Inquisitor. I will do everything I can to ensure the security of our people. You have my word. Inquisitor?
Is there anything I should know?
I'm glad to have the charges on our side. Bulls, despite evidence to the contrary.
誰かと付き合ってる
Did you leave anyone behind in Kirkwall?
No. I fear...
No one special?
I can't say I was looking. Honestly, I was not good company.
I might
That's... I trust you'll
ハートって何なんだ
What do you think of the people you work with?
Who do you mean?
What do you think of...
We have little in common. But I enjoy working with her.
How do you like...
The Inquisition would... I may not always agree with her, Cassandra may have declared the Inquisition publicly, but Liliana...
Are you satisfied with the...
Our soldiers are well disciplined. Templars and mages are not used to seeing each other as allies. But they are working together.
I should let you...
Inquisitor? Is there something I can do for you? I should really focus my attention on the injured.
Do we have...
Fewer by the day. Most... As for the rest, I try to make the passing painless. The commander brought me up. I'd been helping the pilgrims in simple... We need all the help we can get. Magic can't cure... Science, your work. Good health isn't magic. It's diet, exercise, and a balance of the humors.
As you were.
Your worship.
This thing is not a stray puppy you can make into a pet. It has no business being here.
Wouldn't you say the same of an apostate?
Inquisitor, I wondered if Cole was perhaps a mage, given his unusual abilities.
He can cause people to forget him, or even fail entirely to notice him. These are not the abilities of a mage. It seems that Cole is a spirit.
It is a demon.
If you prefer, although the truth is somewhat more complex.
Cole warned us about Corypheus at Haven. He saved a lot of lives.
And what will its help cost? How many lives will this demon later claim?
In fact, his nature is not so easily defined.
Speak plainly, Solas. What are we dealing with?
Demons normally enter this world by possessing something. In their true form, they look bizarre, monstrous.
But you claim Cole looks like a young man. Is it possession?
No. He has possessed nothing and no one. And yet he appears human in all respects. Cole is unique, Inquisitor. More than that, he wishes to help. I suggest you allow him to do so.
I should hear what Cole has to say for himself. Where is he now?
If none of us remember him, he could be anywhere.
Haven. So many soldiers fought to protect the pilgrims so they could escape. Choking fear. Can't think from the medicine, but the cuts rack me with every heartbeat. Hot, white pain. Everything burns. I can't. I'm going to... I'm dying. I'm... dead.
You're feeling their pain.
It's louder this close, with so many of them.
Would you like to go somewhere more comfortable?
Yes, but here is where I can help. Every breath slower, like lying in a warm bath, sliding away. Smell of my daughter's hair when I kiss her goodnight. Gone. Cracked brown pain, dry, scraping, thirsty. Here.
Thank you.
It's all right. She won't remember me.
Solus tried to explain what you are, but honestly, I stopped listening after a while. Any chance you could explain it?
Yes. I used to think I was a ghost. I didn't know. I made mistakes, but I made friends too. Then a Templar proved I wasn't real. I lost my friends. I lost everything. I learned how to be more like what I am. It made me different, but stronger. I can feel more. I can help.
出ていくんだ今すぐ。ここに残り協力してくれ。
If you're willing, the Inquisition could use your help.
Yes, helping. I help the hurt, the helpless. There's someone. Hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Someone make it stop hurting. Make her, please. The healers have done all they can. It will take him hours to die. Every moment will be agony. He wants mercy. Help.
彼にチャンスを与えるんだ。
You say he won't die for hours yet, but you can't know that for certain.
His body is failing.
He could recover. Or the healers could find another way to help him.
How do you know?
I don't. And neither do you. That's part of life.
Try. I want to stay.
Like 大きく上昇した。
Roderick was sorry before he died.
Did he tell you why he was sorry?
Blood everywhere. Monsters. The Herald stands against it, and heads... Voices in the chantry. Years since I'd... So long since I'd felt it. Falling, flying. He hates it all because of the darkness behind the door. Some doors should stay shut.
I'd like to talk about...
Before you, Reese was my friend. He showed me I was... Then he and Evangeline went to Adamant, and I went with them. I was worried Evangeline... We found out dangerous things. It's scared. Seeker Lambert told me what I was. Reese couldn't look at me. I ran until I found more...
What was the spire like when the...
Dead and dying, begging and bloody. Some wanted... Evangeline was a Templar. Adrian was a mage. But she killed mage. Reese just wanted to help. To stop people hurting.
What can you tell me about?
He was a mage. He saw me when most couldn't. He helped me, and I watched... She was a Templar. But she didn't like her. They should have been with the rebels. Maybe they ran away together instead.
What did you mean when you said...
Some of the mages at the Spire wanted to die. I didn't know what I was. A ghost, I thought. I used the knife to set them free. There were other ways to help. I didn't know.
It sounds like you didn't know what you were doing.
No, I killed people. I knew. They were hurting, helpless, haunted. It was wrong. I was wrong. If I start again, you or Cassandra or Cullen need to...
What can you tell me about...
It is old. The veil is thin. It scared Reese and Evangeline. It put me back in the cupboard on the bad day.
You said Seeker...
I'm hiding Reese from him, but he chants words and sees. I won't let you hurt. Just another parasite that's wormed its way. What we found at Adamant made him angry. He killed so many. He didn't care. Cold.
If you hated Seeker Lamb...
Because he was right. I saw demons at Adamant. I didn't want to be that. If I forgot, fought, fell to felling, Templars would...
I'll talk to you later.
How do you know?
That got a little heated. You all right?
Well, that depends. How angry is Cassandra? I wasn't trying to keep secrets. I told the Inquisition everything that seemed important at the time.
I know, Varric. You never would have kept quiet otherwise.
I keep hoping none of this is real. Maybe it's all some bullshit from the Fade and it'll just disappear. I know I need to do better. I'm sorry. Corypheus is back. Oh, shit.
If you and Hawk defeated him once, we can do it again.
We didn't just think Corypheus was dead. He was dead. No pulse, no breath, full of stab wounds. There wasn't a lot of room for doubt. It makes me wonder. I thought the Wardens imprisoned Corypheus to use him. Maybe they did it because he can't be killed.
There has to be a way to defeat Corypheus. We'll find it, don't worry.
I hope you're right. Maker's breath, what have I let loose?
You had nothing to do with this, Varric.
I was the one who led Hawk to Corypheus. If I hadn't tracked the Carta to that ruin. But you've got more important things to do than listen to me worry. Just let me know when you want something shot. Need something?
The red lyrium we found at the temple seemed...
My brother Bartrand and I sort of discovered... We located an ancient Tig, so old it... Bartrand brought it back to the surface, and, well, everything's gone downhill from there.
So what is it? Just...
The red stuff is... It's not just a different... I've written to every mining cast house in Orzammar. No one's seen this stuff before, or no...
What makes it...
Regular lyrium can mess you up pretty... Red lyrium messes with your mind when... And then... It also turned Kirkwall's Knight Commander to lyrium. Everyone's been kept at least 100 paces from its...
How did the red lyrium get in...
I don't know. So as far as I knew, the only piece to make it to... Did someone find more of it in the Deep Roads?
What could the Templars want?
In Kirkwall, just having the lyrium item before it turned her in. Maybe they thought the power was worth it, or maybe they didn't know.
I think that's enough.
Yeah, not... Need something?
Can I ask you something, Varric?
You want to talk about me? I'm flattered.
How do you and...
You heard about the Kirkwall Chantry being... The Seeker had questions about that. And I had...
Thanks, Varric.
No problem. Need something?
Can I ask you something, Varric?
You want to talk about me? I'm flattered.
I'm not clear on your...
I'm a businessman. Merchants buy and sell. In my spare time, I manage a spy network, and occasionally, I write books.
If you've run a spy net...
To be honest with you, she's just... The truly great ones can keep their distance. Me, I always wind up babysitting my informants and worrying about their...
You're an author.
I've tried. My crime serials are my most popular. The Tale of the Champion. I started a romance serial once, Swords and Shields. Most of my stories end in tragedy. Probably that says something unfortunate.
What sort of shops do you...
Actually, we don't own shops. That was just an... Auction houses, a few mercenary companies, a couple of... Most of that's my brother's doing. Bartrand had business and...
Thanks, Varric.
No problem. Need something?
What can you tell me about this?
I'm not exactly an expert, but ask away and I'll answer what...
All right.
No problem. Need something?
What can you tell me about this?
I'm not exactly an expert, but ask away and...
How did you first...
A few years back, They were sending assassins after the Hawk family. It turned out to be a trap. The whole thing was a prison the Grey Wardens were using to hold what they thought was a powerful Darkspawn.
I've never heard of Wardens locking up Darkspawn.
I don't think they... From what we saw in there, Corypheus... The Wardens locked him up because there was nothing else they could do.
He looks like some sort of blight...
The Wardens who imprisoned... But you heard him ranting. He claimed... It seems crazy, but if he's telling the...
You and Hawk both...
He was... The only way for us to... We weren't going to just leave the door to his prison open behind us.
All right,
No problem.
Inquisitor, foundation cracks, nesting... The staff must make it presentable if we're to receive any visitors of distinction.
Certainly wouldn't do for...
We've only just now... The mages are showing great trust in you. They need to feel safe here.
Do you not feel...
I've had... Do you know who first leapt to arms? Our workers. Corypheus simply cut them down. So much screaming after that first blast of fire. So many people turned to ash.
Corypheus will pay when I fix...
I dearly... Well... I will now bring diplomatic issues to your attention. And I'm more than happy to help with any situations that arise.
I'm loath to part from such pleasant
Oh.
That...
Well, do let me know if you change. Inquisitor, is it true? Is the mark on your...
Corypheus claimed it's a...
I wanted to think how credulous of me.
The anchor's nothing more...
At least you had the good... Does it hurt? The anchor, that is.
Only when I love...
A situation requires your attention. Noble Chantry loyalists in the city of Jadar, they're unusually organized. I recommend we send people to Jadar to deal with the matter.
Let's send some ambassador.
Excellent. Greetings.
What do the people make of...
We've gathered many favors among the nobility. They will be gently reminded.
Any thoughts...
Who did you mean?
What do you think...
Sir Blackwall seems... His travels must have taken him strange places.
Let's speak later.
Goodbye. Let us begin. Inquisitor.
Inquisitor.
Disgust. Hmm? Disgust.
Inquisitor?
The Arcanist has arrived.
You should see for yourself.
Hello there. Well, don't just stand there slack-jawed. Let's figure out what you need.
You're the magical advisor.
You're him, the Inquisitor. I'm Dagna. Arcanist Dagna. Is that it?
Breach was pretty too, in a destroy-everything sort of way.
I welcome you.
Me too. I've heard some impossible things. I've looked at Herod's devices. No disrespect meant to the classical trade. I've made adjustments. As long as I keep making them, you can craft just about anything. Almost safely. I heard what everyone says what you heard Corypheus say. To me, it says key. The keys do a lot of things. It sounds like Corypheus made it to open. Sure is pretty. Wish I could see through it.
Dagna, show me.
Do you want fire? Look, here's how it goes. Bring me the rare stuff for enchanted. Except it's not. It's manipulated. They'll all see. Well, how are you?
Dagna, show.
Here's how it goes. Except. Well, how are you?
Where does a dwarf go to...
Get out. I asked myself. I had to fight to... I swept floors and... If there's something to know, no matter what they say.
You were...
How could I waste a chance to get close to you? And Caribbean? Also dwarves? We don't dream. So there's that, and... Plus, you're paying me a lot. Like...
What quality?
I took the title because I'm a magical resource. I can't actually do... It means that every skill... Coming from the Smith caste, I know the value of mastery.
What is it you...
I was born to the forge. But you've a man. Magical study, I studied it all with maybe one other, but I don't have that wonky of a mind, so I still kind of win.
You have the ability.
There's an art to the form. Nothing bad to say. With the right bits. In short, smithing can be more.
What's this?
Lyrium's the heart. In certain so, a mage can make your weapons do things. It's the one dwarves are resistant, so it doesn't affect them.
Another time.
Of course.
さすが。ルーンを作成しろ。ルーン。
What can I get you?
Any thoughts about our new tenant?
You sure she doesn't own the place?
No offense.
And fine work she's done to. She has an edge, though. Mind it.
I'll be back later.
I'll be here.
Well, how are you?
Agnes, show me what you can do.
Here's how it goes. Bring me the rare stuff for enchanting or masterworks and prep it. Except it's not. It's...
ここに持ってきて。ああ。なるほどね。アイテムをエンチャントさせる。アイテムをエンチャント。
I'll be back later.
I'll be here.
エンチャントさせる。エンチャント。エンチャントってん？
Ready to answer the great mysteries. It'll be wonderful.
I'll see you.
I
Wait.
変化とさせるってどういうことだ。
We have to reach the Empress before Corypheus. The only question is, how?
We know how. I have our way in. The real question is, where is our enemy hiding? At the urging of Grand Duchess Florian, the Empress is holding a ball. Absolutely everyone will be there. During the festivities, Celine will be meeting for peace talks with the usurper Duke Gaspard and Ambassador Briala.
The assassin must be hiding within one of these factions.
We shouldn't waste any time. Let's go to the Winter Palace.
あ、コールって普通に仲間なの？
Visitor, welcome to the Western Approach. We've sighted Warden activity to the southwest, but no one's been close enough to figure out what they're doing. Between the sandstorms and the vicious wildlife, we haven't made it far out here. One of my men got too close to a poison hot spring and gave me a slightly delirious report of a high dragon flying overhead. In short, this might just be the worst place in the entire world. Be careful out there.
心配してくれたら優しい。
Are you worried about me?
Someone has to be. And try not to die. I don't want to deliver that report to Skyhold. We intercepted a Venatori messenger and, persuaded him to give up the orders he was carrying. We have them here. This entire place. It just feels like something's not right. Be careful.
アサシン。ドリアン、ポイントを使ってなかった。
Inquisitor, if you have a moment.
What is it?
Cepheus.
ヘビーハンドめっちゃ接近戦するよ。デスルート。 これめちゃくちゃ接近する。めちゃくちゃ SP 減ってる。めちゃめちゃ接近してる。
Someone's been busy. Let's find them, shall we?
Stolen supplies? Who in the world would send anything out here? What happened here?
A long road, stumbling through the rocks, struck from behind.
This answers the question of all those abandoned carts. Perhaps it just needs the magical touch. Horrible and wrote about it. These people are wrong in every possible way.
また来たな。もう一個。よし。
So the Venatori want to keep us out. Shall we disappoint them?
静寂無視。
It's spread across everywhere.
Everything's frozen. I don't think this was the Venatori.
No. I'd say some ancient Tevinter decided to alter time. I'm surprised it didn't go better.
Nothing's happening. Magic here is interfering with the anchor. Nothing's happening. Magic here is interfering with the anchor.
これ魔法は夫に干渉している。広い。器用な手先優れた道具。
The texts describe a chamber. This must be it. Get ready! The arrows.
これはやばい、死ぬな。この勢いでいったら。
He was carrying this stone for a reason.
The markings on it. I've heard of keystones that bear the same.
Keep searching. There may be more.
You're afraid. You don't have to be.
My dear Inquisitor, please restrain your pet demon. I do not want it addressing me.
Everything bright, roar of anger as the demon rears. No, I will not fall. No one will control me ever again. Flash of white as the world comes back, shaking, hollow, harrowed, but smiling at Templars to show them I'm me. I am not like that. I can protect you. If Templars come for you, I will kill them.
Delightful.
Staff? Is this what they were after? I'd be careful with that if I were you. Just a thought. Careful! I think time's flowing again.
It's all free.
港に放たれた。この状況で。
Hurry, before this gets worse.
A bit late for that now, darling.
was sick of this place. You?
Chantry symbol out here. Odd.
り死ぬ。敵がいるな。
We could camp here.
Inquisitor.
Look out!
これなんで固有の食料がある人とない人がいるんだろうか。なんでだ。固有の食料がある人とない人の関係性は何なんだ。なんでだろう。コールとかはなんで PBN とかはなんでこんな。 俺死の水の泉。なんだこれ。
I don't think this is the right way.
正しい道じゃない。
I need to stop.
Someone at Skyhold will have a solution.
い。
That's the grandmother of all locks. We're not getting in here.
ここはなんじゃい。要塞。一人で要塞を。
Shall we knock?
You knock louder than I do.
何もない。いや、宝箱。 今どこにいるのか分かんない。
Inquisitor! I am ready to serve! Life is nothing! People brave!
あれ HP そうないですか。
Your glory.
Slap a coat of paint on it, you'd have a halfway decent hovel.
天文図がここにある。
Inquisitor, you're early. We've barely been set up a week. I have a patrol out at the moment. Some of the men sighted darkspawn in the area. The Venatori have retreated, but scouts haven't pinpointed where they've gone yet. We're reasonably well entrenched here, but the keep's water supply has been problematic. It's causing delays. I'll prepare the troops for inspection at once.
What's wrong with the water supply?
The fort's well is full of garbage. There's an oasis nearby, but a Vargas. 4 soldiers have already fallen to venom and claws. We'll need reinforcement.
What can you tell me about...
The Darkspawn seem to have... I've warned the troops not to... We have to find whatever hole the monsters came from and seal...
Report, Captain.
I've had scouts investigate... I don't think anyone's getting into that cave anytime.
We haven't met.
I beg your pardon. I served with the Templars in Starkhaven. Commander Cullen offered me a job, and I was glad to do anything to help stop all this.
What's your duty?
I am Commander Cullen's seconding... I also coordinate reports for the commander from agents out...
If you were in Stark...
After Kirkwall, rubble fell on much of the city. I coordinated rescue efforts, and met Cullen while he was trying to command what was...
You didn't want to leave.
Sacred duties are all well... If the barracks are on... respectfully speaking, of course.
How is the...
It's good work. There's no shortage of things that need repair.
Carry on.
Yes.
They're afraid. Good.
ランドマーク。基地の泉。ランドマーク。ランドマークどこだ？あれっぽい。あら。
What can I do for you? You want 10 coppers for this? Are you mad?
Captain wanted this done an hour ago.
You don't have any more linen, do you?
We're in the middle of the desert. You're out of luck.
They didn't understand, but they obeyed because their god told them to.
What can I do for you? You want 10 coppers for this? Are you mad?
Inquisitor.
sure. え？どこなんだ？
Inquisitor.
What do you think happens if you get the Red Lyrian? Would you know before? What do you think happens if you get the Red Lyrian? Would you know before?
Andraste willing, you'll never know.
これどうなってんだ？
Did you hear what happened to Marcus?
Fell into the hot spring. I saw him in the infirmary. It wasn't good.
I saw what was left of his armor. I can guess.
無駄に広いな。よくわかんない。
I heard Benar's company saying they ran into Darkspawn on patrol.
Kara told me it was her box.
Wasn't Kara an Ostagar? Bad luck running into Darkspawn twice.
いや、違うな。あれどうやって行くんですか？よくわかんないな。あれどうやって行くんだ本当に。このランドマーク。中じゃないのか。外か。外っぽいな。いや、中だな。わかんないな。中だ。どうやって行くの？あ、違うな。ここか。あ、これわかんないわ。そうか、洞窟の中にあるんだ。
Parchment. I need
なるほ
parchment.
ど。
Where is it?
Caravan.
Come take a look. Just don't touch the merchandise. Some of it is poisoned.
「囚人に判決を下す」。囚人？
Impressive, is it not? Fit for a leader, meant to show influence and the burden of it. It is where the Inquisition will sit in judgment. Where you will sit in judgment.
Still more lives in my hands.
You are a beacon of law, Inquisitor, as others retreat from responsibility. But this needn't be bloody. The Inquisition's sovereignty is derived from the allies who validate it. You are both empowered and bound. Justice has many tools. If their application is clever, execution may even seem merciful by comparison.
Is there anyone I should judge?
Take the throne when you're ready. We will bring him before you. You recall Gerion Alexius of the Winter. Ferelden has given him to us as an acknowledgement of your aid. The formal charges are apostasy, attempted enslavement, and attempted assassination, on your own knife, no less. De Winter has disowned and stripped him of his rank. You may judge the former Magister as you see fit.
Remind me, what's the precedent for nearly ripping apart time at the seams?
I couldn't save my son. Do you think my fate matters to me?
Will you offer nothing more in your defense?
You've won nothing. The people you saved, the acclaim you've gathered. You'll lose it all in the storm to come. Render your judgment, Inquisitor.
この手で処刑してやる。レッドクリフの魔導士に使える。
You swore to the mages you'd help them. I will have you uphold that promise. Fiona will take charge of you. Any knowledge, favor, or coin you own will go towards the mage's future.
A headsman would have been kinder.
They've certainly spared no expense.
すごい増えてる。
We cannot neglect our soldiers' training.
Can we neglect roads? Our allies cannot take the same route through the mountains we did.
Inquisitor.
My lord.
아, 제가 ここまでですよね。